Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Today we're back and we're testing the multi-streaming setup again, and we have first failure. 1 second. For some reason, Cake Stream is not starting. I should have tested that before we started, but I was hoping that it's gonna just work as usual. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? Sorry, I'm having slight technical difficulties here. You're doing fine. Good to hear that. Ah. One second. Didn't receive any notification. Yeah, I just started. All good. You didn't miss anything. I'm trying to start the kick stream, but for some reason it doesn't want to start. Let me try one more time this URL. Sorry, I'm gonna start with the code and then in a second. No, it just doesn't work. Well, okay, kick is not working, but everything else should be working just fine. So let's see, do we have closed captions? We should have closed captions. Yes, okay, good. Yeah, just kick is not working for some weird reason. Oh wait, I think I found how to do that. Okay, it's working. We have progress. We should be live on Kick now. Yay, we're live on Kick. Okay, so now, from now on, we are live on 4 different platforms every time we stream. It's twitch.tv, it's youtube.com, it's kick.com, and also it's my own website, live.neris.zip. You can check it out with, let's see, how can I do that globally? You should check it out with exclamation point multi-stream, and it should show you all the links. All right, one more thing that I need to note is I need to filter my own chat on YouTube for the overlay. One sec. Let me write that down because I'm gonna forget. Okay. So yeah, now you can watch me on any of these 4 platforms as you prefer. Or also, I forget to send out the notification. Let's do that. Do I have the announcement roll? One sec. This is a troubleshooting stream, sorry. Give me a couple of minutes. No, I don't, but it's okay. We're just gonna send out an announcement. Okay, we should be good, we should be live, and yeah, now we can start working. But yeah, I was saying that you can choose any streaming platform that you prefer. For example, on Twitch, it's probably the most interaction, the community, the emotes and stuff like that. On YouTube, you will have a replay buffer, or even not even replay buffer. You could basically rewind back to any time of the stream. Also, the closed captions should be better on YouTube. But I don't know. We need to test that. Kick.com is, well, we are testing that still. But yeah, should be another alternative. And my own website will constantly offer you different quality settings. So if you are on slow connection or on mobile connection, maybe that could be the platform of your choice. All the commands should be working from any of those, including catching stars and points and stuff like that. All of that should be working seamlessly. So yeah, let's start working now. Oh, also my kick broadcast needs to be filtered in the overlay. Okay. So, what did we do last time? I don't remember, because last couple of, last week basically I was consumed with this multi-streaming setup and troubleshooting and stuff. So yeah, we're still working on the AI actions. Last time we did implement event chaining, which is awesome. And yeah, I remember now. So we probably need to get rid of this old use learn skill method completely, because now we are using, where is it? Try use skill or just use skill, which should be much better. So let's take a look. It should be already the case here, yeah. But for the monsters, okay, we did replace that for the monsters too. Good. We get rid of that on the dead state. Instead, we use the events in the AI component. So when where is the death state? I think it's entity changes state. Yes. Okay. So yeah, we do handle the death events. Oh, wow. This is bad. 1 second. You found a bug, Aninia. How do I stop this? Commands. Reactions. Disable. Okay, good. I'm sorry about that. Okay, I need to fix that. There is not an option to ignore the broadcaster account. So yeah. I'm just gonna disable it for YouTube. Okay, should be good now. But yeah, first stream with the new chat overlay. I completely rewrote the chat overlay. Now it supports all 4 platforms. First stream with the new Stream avatar integration. Again, stream avatars should support all 4 platforms. And also new point system. Technically it works the same. Also I copied all your old points from Twitch to the new system. Stream elements to the new system. So all your points should be safe and they should be taken the same way. But yeah, we have a few slightly different commands. So you can check out the commands with the exclamation point commands command. And it should show you everything that's available to you. So yeah, testing out new setup. And most, maybe even all of the commands should be working again on all 4 platforms. So hopefully it works. So let me see, what do I need for the new AI system? I need to port the old NPC skills into the new system. Also, what I really want to do is normalize the probability. Where is it? Yeah, this thing. So yeah, these 2 things are what we ended the last stream on. So first of all, we need to probably limit the update events, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe we just leave them as it is. But also I really want to make the probability be tied to an actual real time, not to some imaginary update timer, or rather it should be automatically corrected based on the update time. So yeah, this is what we need to decide. And to be honest, I'm not sure. Probably the best way would be to move these 3 into the behavior trees. Or at least to move to the periodic updatable. And the probability, let's see. Maybe allow probability to scale with delta time for the update events. For those who can define probability as a chance per second, 10% probability equals 1 in 10 seconds on average, 3.3, 1 in 30 seconds. Or we can just run the update events once a second, but it would limit the effectiveness of random target picking. Right, I did think about this a little bit. This random target picking is a hack, technically. So we need to probably, like the main reason to do that is for something like we have here on Priest, to heal a random ally. And the same thing is for some 𝙽𝙴 monsters that can heal other 𝙽𝙴 monsters. Because right now this is the only way to make them work in this new system. The previous system was actually scanning all the neighbors, every single neighbor, and it was checking and if it can heal that neighbor, basically. So yeah, maybe we can figure out another approach for this. Like the actual logic behind this would be that we need to pick... No, wait. I think I know. Now we can actually listen to signals. Wow, this is the perfect solution, I think. We can listen to signals and see if somebody got hit. No, wait. We don't have that right now. Because at the moment we do listen for the signals, like entity uses skill. This is the signal that I would like to listen to. But we're only using that for our own entity. No, wait. For summons. Let's see, what event types do we have? Let me open the original table. Event types. Update in combat, out of combat, death, revive, kill, aggro. Yeah, this is great. We couldn't do that before. Hit. When the source entity was hit by a skill. Wait. That's the action effect. Hit and avoid it. Okay, that's good. But again, that's only for the current entity. We're only listening the signals that concern our own. We need to listen to signals that are happening around. So basically we need... Well, we have this summon hit. Summon hit. This one. So here we can also probably just create another type of event. Something like entity hit, which would be any kind of entity, or ally hit. And when we receive that signal, we can add a condition that, for example, the target that was hit is less than certain percent HP. Yes, this is exactly what I need, actually. I don't need to try to scan for the target to heal every single time like I'm doing right now. Now I can actually react to signals. So let's do that. And that means that with this approach, we can run updates with any frequency that we want, and it wouldn't hinder anything. Well, if we do try to pick random targets and try to rely on the fact that we check different random target every time, and eventually we can land on the target that suits our needs. Yes, that wouldn't work properly if we limit the amount of updates per second. But that's a bad approach. We have a better option. So let's do that. Oh my god. Yeah. There's also 2 events that I need to implement. Yeah, I forgot about these. Skill used and skill failed. But yeah, that's about the source. Maybe we need to rename some types to make them a little bit more verbose, to define them a little bit more explicitly. But yeah, besides that, we need... What do we need? We need either entity or ally or enemy, or maybe even all of them. Entity hit, entity avoided, I don't like this. I think it's better to tie that already to allies and enemies. Ally hit, ally avoided. Do I need this? No, I don't need this. Ally hit, enemy hit. So yeah, this is what we need to implement today, these 4 things. And maybe we also figure out the update frequency and probability. Okay, this is an ally entity. Get hit by skill ID action target equals skill target. And the second one is for enemy. Okay, we need to implement these 4. So this is 24. Let's do that. So 24. Ally hit. No, skill used. $25. Skill failed. Yeah, this is another way of chaining events. Instead of trying to rely on the result of the previous skill, And by the way, did I implement that or not? Use skill handler. This thing is now working differently. We don't know the outcome of the skill at this moment of time. When entity uses, yeah, this is now called enqueue skill handler. So basically, it only adds the skill to be used next. And we don't know if it will succeed. We don't even know if it will fire or get overridden by another skill. So yeah, to solve that problem, we just introduce these two events and we will be able to handle those. So for example, if we did use the skill, we can fire an event and react to that. Or if we failed, we can do that. Okay, these two. This is essential. And then this will solve our random picking problem. Where is it? Ally hit. And 27 enemy hit. Okay, now we need to implement this. So skill used, skill failed. I think we just tie to entity uses and entity fails skill. So yeah, that's good. Here we need to actually skill used. Yeah, we need to, first of all, for these two, we need to check if we are the source of the signal. So if signal source AD equals this controller entity AD, this means that we fired that skill. Wait, first I need to do this here while I still remember. Probably I need to do this above. Okay, so this means that we use this skill. And here we can actually just fire an event. We don't need any additional checks. This is skill used. Skill base AD. And target should be the skill target. Just like that. The same, can simplify this a little bit. The same should be here, but yeah, again, we check if source is our own entity. By the way, do we receive that signal Is it in battle component? No. It's in the default combo strategy. Entity uses skill. So if it's not character or not primary or item. Okay, good. Source target. Yeah, we will receive this signal. Good. So if source equals that, then skill failed, and the target is the target. Invoker. Wait. Invoker. Action target. Ooh. Invoker. No. This is fine. It should state invoker in the documentation. This is my mistake. Invoker equals skill target. Yes, I should use invoker. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but I need to know the previous skill target. So we just override the invoker. We know the source. This is our own entity. We just need to know the target. So we put that into the invoker. Ally hit. Again, this is invoker, not action target. We don't override action target. Action target can be defined here. So it could be an invoker, it could be current target, it could be random ally, whatever. Okay. Skill used, we did that. Skill failed, we did that. We can uncomment less. Now we need ally hit and enemy hit. And yeah, we don't need to do that on the fail. Now we just need to, first of all, we need to do that here. So now I need another condition here. I forgot about that. That the target is not us. If signal target AD that equals this controller entity. So if the source is our entity, we just execute this in the skill used. We don't do summon hit by our own actions. also, if target is not ourselves, then we don't need to do any of that. So here we need to check. I need the combat system strategy, right? Battle component. I need the battle component. Okay. So battle component, if we have that. Then we check if battle component is enemy signal target. Then we execute the action enemy hit, the target of the signal. Not skill AD, but skill base AD. We don't use specific skill ADs. Actually, no, it's okay. So if we are not an enemy, then we execute this ally hit, again with the same target. Okay, good. Okay, so that's now is implemented. Let me double check. So if entity uses a skill, if we are not the source, we are not the target, if that's the target is an enemy, we run enemy hit with the target as the invoker, and otherwise it's ally hit. Okay. We can remove the to-dos. Okay, so we have these two. That's good. So now our priest can work in a different way. So event type is gonna be ally hit. Argument argument is our filter basically. I forget how it's working, but I'm just gonna double check. So yeah, we supply skill base AD as argument, and we check if, yeah, the argument value is not that, we skip. So here we can technically supply a skill base AD, which would be like, I don't know, normal attack or a stun or whatever of the mon. Oh wow, this is actually very useful. So here we can actually configure our party 1 second. Higher rates. Okay, but in this case, we don't need that. We just check if we run this action every time an ally got hit by anything. 100% probability. Action type and Q skill. Yeah, we try to heal an ally that got hit, but we need to add a condition. I think we already have it. If action target, so action target should be our ally. So our event type supplies skill target as an invoker. So we need to set target type instead of ally random, AI action invoker. And then condition should be action target health below 50%. This is exactly what I wanted, exactly what I need. So my priest now should only react to ally being hit. And we don't need to run this random ally, heal an ally that was hit and is now below 50% health. That's our logic, which is actually way more optimized. And the same logic will be for 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. Instead of every single tick looping over every single neighbor, checking their health, and if their health, actually not just the health, it was actually running all the checks, it just was skipping the checks that are marked as null, but still like the logic to check if the check is enabled was still firing every single time, which is almost nothing, but still, when we have thousands of monsters running updates multiple times a second, that accumulates to some CPU time. Now it's going to be much more optimized. So our 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀 will just do the same. They will listen to an ally being hit and check that ally's health. And if that's below whatever, I don't have comments here, but it should be something that works in the idle. Heal. Yeah. Here, for example, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚁 heals when it's idle. Yeah, this table is so messy. I need to get rid of it. And the health of the target is below 80%. And also it was checking the range. Well, yeah, that's just for the skill, I guess, range. No, it's actually less than the skill range. It's just limited to 900 units, which is okay, which is fair. We can do exactly the same. We have the check for the distance, action target distance. We have the check. Perfect. So yeah, this is much better now. So let's see if that actually works, because now we can test it in our combat simulation. So here I need to go into zone server. First of all, Does it still build correctly? Okay, no errors. .NET to run. We need to simulate. Test.xml. Output test.csv. Then we need to figure out this once and for all. Okay, let's run AI action types. Use skill handler. Yeah, now it doesn't call itself use skill handler. It's AI action types. Now it's called, oh, also I need to implement all of that. Okay, now it's called use, no, not use skills. NQ skill handler. Wait, I did rename this. I think I forgot to export the data. Okay, now it worked and it crashed. And Q skill handler failed. Could not find AI component. Yeah, I know. This is the reason why I wanted to create a separate component for AI actions. So I don't have to deal with these namespaces. Basic component. What? Why? How is that possible? Let's try to debug this thing. Because, yeah, this is really weird. Okay, so what is the controller? Entity is the NPC. No, wait, that's the action target. So controller, who is the entity? Character. Okay, components. Ah, I see. Okay, so we are basically not setting the component correctly that we are putting into the character when running the simulation. That's easy to fix. Where the hell is the simulate? Simulate service. Yeah, this one. I need this one. I need to put the Ymirheim AI component as Boulder AI component. So then I can retrieve it. What's wrong with you? Okay, now it should work. At least this exception should be fixed now. Okay, so we did run the simulation. Was it any good? So the boss did die. Okay, that's a good sign. Now, what about our knight? Yeah, it did receive a heal right here. Yeah, priest did use heal. And again, and again, and again. Nice. So yeah, it does work, and it does exactly what we need. Also, I'm gonna replace this axis, because I'm gonna forget about the meaning of them, with to do. Okay. Can we implement any of those? Speak. No. We need some features for that. We need mapping between ADs and dialog files. File quest. Probably we can, but I don't need this right now. And I cannot test it right now. Complete quest step, same thing. And summon groups. Yeah, we don't have summon groups. I wanted to take a look if we can implement them. Because technically it is available in the editor UI, but I don't think we are saving them during the export. In fact, I'm pretty sure we don't. So we need to do that, and we need to somehow store them on the server side. But okay. So now our enchanter casts Fireball. Speak after Fireball. Yeah, this is just a test thing. It doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, it just doesn't do anything. But yeah, we just define this so we know how to do that. But that is incorrect now. This was the example of event execution. Event executed. The enqueue skill is not really the thing here. A nice demonstration. So probably we can pick enemy hit. Yeah, so we have all kinds of events now, and it's amazing. Normal attack for the knight. And heal. Heal an ally that was hit and is now below 50% health. Also, our enchanter casts the fireball only 10% of the time. And this doesn't matter in our result because we are just running the updates way too often, every 33 seconds, milliseconds. So now I need to figure out this thing. Scale with delta time. I didn't write down the formula that they came up with. I think it was... So I have probability per second, right? We just multiply by delta time. So scaled probability equals probability times delta time, which is in seconds, delta time seconds. Also, I forget to enable Discord notifications. So yeah, in the Ymirheim Discord, the notification is more than 1 hour behind, but it's okay. So yeah, we need to scale this, and to do that we need an access to delta time within this method. How are we gonna do that? I have no idea. So yeah, we need to somehow pass it here. Maybe we can just do probability scaling. Float or double? Float. Yes, our probability is an integer, huh? Yeah, we convert it to integer. Well, yeah, I don't like this because our probability is an integer for precise scaling, for precise probability calculations, essentially. But now we need to convert it to float. Let's see, if a probability is let's say 10%, right? 10%. That means that it's described as 10% 1000. So it's 1000. So 1000 times, I don't know what would be the scale, like most of the time it will probably be around 3. Or 0.3 rather. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do here is make this nullable probability scaling and we do if probability scaling has value, then we do, wait, let's store the probability in a variable first of all and use it instead of that. So if probability scaling has value, then we do probability times probability scaling, except we need to actually convert the types, because now the result of this is float and we need to convert it back to integer. And we need to cap it. So it should be max 1. I mean, it's capped below at 1, so it picks the maximum number. It shouldn't be below 1. And it shouldn't be above max probability, which is min. There we go. And now, this probability scaling is only going to be true for this set of actions. we do have delta time here, and this means that we cannot move these actions to AI. Actually, we can. We can move them to the behavior trees because behavior trees actually do have access to the delta time. So yeah, here we do argument is 0, invoker is null, and probability scaling is delta time, elapsed time, total seconds, which is what? Which is double. Let's do double, whatever. Since we have access to that precision for the delta time, why not? Oh, and this too. Let's store it in the variable. Because we use it 3 times in a row in a very frequently executed code. So now, do we have to limit it still? We can. We still can move it to the behavior tree, but I think it would be better to leave it here and just introduce a periodic updatable. So one sec, before I do that, let me double check my probability scaling. It has value. If it has value, then we adjust the probability. So let's say our delta time is 33 milliseconds. Or to test this, I will do something like 330, a third of a second. So if we do probability, let's say 10 times a second times 0.33, yeah, it's going to be lowered to 3.3. So if 3.3, yeah, okay, this is good. What if our update time is 2 seconds? Then yeah, probability is going to be multiplied by 2. Yeah, this I think is exactly what we need. It should be commented. Here we can say that add an option for the color to define a dynamic probability scaling. It's meaningless. I need to define it here. So here I need to say update actions. Have their probability defined as chance per second. That's why we dynamically adjust the probability scaling based on the delta time since the last run. Okay, that's good. Let's put it here as well. 10% probability once in 10 seconds average. 3.3 is once in 30 seconds. Okay, this is true now. So now we need to limit the execution time. I think, yeah, we just use an updatable. Do we need to though? Because previously it was pretty expensive for use-learned skill. It was super expensive to run it every single tick. That's why we limited it to 150 milliseconds. Now running this execute AI actions costs almost nothing if we don't have anything there. The for each will just quit. The only question is if we do have something in that onUpdate event, then it will do all of this, basically. Check the arguments, check the probability, get the target. Yeah, I was thinking about adding a flag like check target conditions before probability or something like that. But yeah, it doesn't make sense now at all. Now it's extremely logical. This whole table is now, this is amazing. This is exactly what I wanted for the AI. Shouldn't implement it like this in the first place. The new one is much better. Hey, what's that abandoned MMO? It's Ragnarok Online 2, The Gate of the World. Oh my god, sorry, I'm still getting used to this new chat. How do I execute? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm using new app for the chat. But yeah, this is like a community project to bring the old MMO back to life. if you mean like emulator for the server side, it's a server engine written completely from scratch. It's not technically an emulator because it doesn't completely emulate exactly what the original server was doing. It's doing much more, and it behaves differently. So basically, it's not the goal is not to make it work exactly as it was back in the day, because back in the day it wasn't working properly. It was in beta. It was very bugged and unstable, and with some questionable game design choices sometimes. So this project is basically trying to finish whatever the original devs started and make it actually work properly. How do I approach client side? Patching original client? Yes, something like that. It works basically as a mod to the original game. You should have the original game available to play. But yeah, we basically have full control over the client side. We can do whatever we want, which is amazing. We implemented a bunch of stuff like screen reader support for visually impaired and blind people. They can play the game and actually hear whatever happens in the game. We implemented like the UI scaling and stuff like that. But yeah. So now the question is, do we actually run it on every update? Because I think it's pretty fine now in terms of performance. It's not gonna tank the server performance. The previous one did tank a lot. This is why we limited it. So now this thing should just run freely, I think. Is .NET? Yeah. The whole server engine and most of the infrastructure is built around .NET. The client, though, is on Unreal Engine 2.5. So that side is C++. And it's like a very powerful version of C++. So, yeah. I'm .NET engineer myself. Nice, nice. But yeah, I love C#. This is why I started this whole project on C#, and it actually fits very nicely for this purpose. Especially when the .NET Core came, that was a very nice thing. Because before that, I was running it on Mono, and that was a pain. But web dev. Yeah, I'm a web developer myself as like my profession. Web developer in day, game dev at night. So yeah. I think we just leave it to be updated every single second. Actually, I want to test this. Like very crude test, but it will actually show me how it's doing. Let's start the server. And I want to watch for CPU usage. Like it's not very precise then, especially on my dev machine when I'm streaming, but it will give me a rough estimation. Started with Unity, later in Xamarin, and landed on backend dev. Nice. Besides that, I mostly .NET Core kid. Nice, nice. Yeah, like I feel like nowadays everything should be .NET Core, or like it's now just called .NET. Because yeah, .NET Framework is basically a legacy software, the full one, the full .NET Framework. The only use case that I see is client desktop development and distribution to like Windows machines. And even that is questionable because there is now like, how it's called, Universal Windows Platform or something like that. No, that was the old one. There is a new one. I don't remember. How do they call the new system? That's the MAUI, but I'm not thinking about MAUI. MAUI is just the UI side, if I'm not mistaken. Where is the download thing? Oh my god, they change this all the time. Now I'm confused. Yeah, I'm always looking for this page. Desktop runtime, this is what they call it now. Okay. WPF. Yeah, like WPF is still very relevant for desktop applications. MAUI is Xamarin++. I haven't touched MAUI yet. Like, I took a look, saw that it's like very in a very early stage, and it doesn't have what I need, and I forgot about it afterwards. Distinctly is very much alive. People think you can only run .NET on Windows. Yeah, that's a problem. When you tell people you're a .NET developer, oh, so you're building for Windows. No, I'm not interested in that. I need my servers to run Linux. But yeah, my MMO server technically just runs in Docker on Linux and everything in Linux. So yeah, right now it's around 4.7% CPU usage. Just monsters idling, sometimes fighting. So the question is, if we kill that and we comment out this thing, will it change anything? This is the old one. Let's put it here. That's the new one with the actions commented out. I don't think it's going to change anything. Scripting game engines in C# has become accepted mainly thanks to Unity. Yeah, and the thing is, Unity, if I'm not mistaken, they're still running Mono. They didn't manage to migrate to .NET Core. Yeah, after the initial load, it's basically the same. It's gonna be higher sometimes in the very beginning because the monster is still stabilizing. We're still like generating tiles for tier partitioning. Yeah, like now it's gonna drop a little bit. So yeah, there is nothing that prevents us from running this on every single update. And we just scale the probability according to delta time. That way we will have a reliable metric when we define the probability of an action. So let's say if I want the entity to cast Fireball, let's say on average, like randomly, but on average about once in 10 seconds, that would mean that I need probability of 10%. So DevBlock, they were actively trying to port to .NET Core. Yeah, I also saw something like that, but that was quite a few years ago, but I don't think it changed in recent versions, because that would be, I think, a huge event, because a lot of stuff would become incompatible, right? Like you probably won't be able to run the same scripts that you did for Unity that was built on Mono in .NET Core. Maybe, actually, I don't know. Maybe they can make it more or less compatible. No, wait, like all the plugins were actually compiled for .NET Framework, right? So the actual DLL files are essentially incompatible. They also have things like IL2CPP. Well, yeah, like one of the biggest advantages, I think, of moving from Mono to .NET Core would be ahead of time compilation, which I think they are using actually, but oh, wait, yeah, I'm confusing ahead of time compilation with actual compilation to C++. Almost the same thing, but still not the same thing. But yeah, I see how that is a pretty big undertaking to migrate it to .NET Core. And they're not even like running normal version of Mono. They have their own version of Mono. They optimized quite a lot. So yeah, that could be tricky. But yeah, at least all the plugins that people have built around all this time when Unity was a thing, in theory, I think the DLLs are going to be incompatible with the .NET Core, unless they make some hack to run them. I don't know. Or maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so let's run the actions all the time. One question is, can we hit the probability limits? What would happen with 100% probability and probability scaling? So let's say we have 100% probability, and the probability scaling is 0.3, let's say. So we do, no, 0.3 is actually fine. It's actually gonna convert it basically to 33%, or 30% with 0.3 case. What if we have probability scaling above 1.0? Let's say we ran update after 2 seconds. So if we have probability of 100, yeah, then we're gonna hit this limit of max probability, and it will run because any random number would not be less than the maximum. Okay. It have modified Mono around Unity. Technically, objects live in 2 spaces, managed and native. As far as I remember, they've done things like operator override and various hacks to make it work and synchronize. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably even much more complex than I imagine in my head. some reason it's even higher sometimes. No, it's the same. Yeah, there is no difference roughly in performance. We can just run all the actions every time, no problem at all. The only question would be if we add a bunch of logic into the AI actions table and we actually do run some actions. That could be one factor to consider. So I think what we can do now, so yeah, we're not gonna limit the frequency of these actions. We will just actually update every single tick, but we are scaling the probability. I need to document that, right? Event types. Dates every update, fires every update tick. Probability is automatically scaled to be percent per second. I need to document this to update tick while in combat, update tick while out of combat. And yeah, only these three are gonna have the probability scaling, right? Everything else is just one-time event. Death, revive, kill, aggro, start, change, end, hit, avoided, flee, started, spawn, targeted by skill casting, summoned, despawned, spawned, hit, died, revived, waypoint reached. By the way, did I implement the waypoint ID? Yes, I did implement. So we received the waypoint ID as an argument. That's good. Technically, I can merge these three into a single event and just say in combat, out of combat would be the argument. No, I think this is easier to work with. Okay, so waypoint reached. Event executed, event execution failed, event conditions failed. Skill used, skill failed, ally hit, enemy hit. Yeah, only these three need their probability to be scaled to the delta time, just for me to be able to define that in a much easier way. Like I will be able to imagine roughly how often the event will fire with this probability per second, percent per second. Okay, so now we can try to convert the old table to the new one. Because it should be possible, but some conversion will be needed. First of all, probability. All of these events are technically either update or update in combat or out of combat, right? The dead events should be handled differently. Then all these conditions can be converted quite easily. Although probably it's easier to actually fill them in manually, I think. Nah, there are too many. So let's see, model ID. Yes, we can put that directly. Skill ID, we can put that directly. Probability, we need to convert that. And that again depends. I'm slightly hesitant to convert the data automatically, because some of this needs to be rewritten into a different approach. Especially the healing. So the monsters that heal other monsters randomly, that should be changed. Because now it's not random, it's actually gonna be logical. They will try to detect when their allies are getting hit and look at their health percentage, and then they're gonna try to heal them. But most of these are just skills with random probability. Like here it's deep cut, 1% probability, which in old system, actually let me calculate that. In the old system it was running every 150 milliseconds, right? If I remember correctly. Yes, it was limited to 150 milliseconds. Now, it needs to be changed to a second. So 1, in case of 150 milliseconds, is 1 divided by 0.150, right? That's 6.6% per second. Yeah. Seems about right. So yeah, basically we can just divide all of these values by 0.15 and we will get our new probability, except when it's in idle, because in idle, I don't even remember. Well, it is limited to 150 milliseconds, but monsters don't get updated every 150 milliseconds in idle, because they go into low priority or normal priority. So there's even 2 different probabilities. Oof. I don't remember the default timers. Don't even remember where I set them. Default zone server. NPC worker pool. So normal is 100. Low is 300 milliseconds. Okay, we can probably still say that previously these events were executed every 150 milliseconds. It's not really true, but we can just assume that and then adjust whatever we find incorrect. So these are all idle skills, right? Self-heal, heal. So all the normal heals are going to be converted anyway. Self-heal, yes, this is something that needs to be set randomly, but this is also in combat as well. Teleport. Again, this is the same in combat as well. Hiding. Again, this is the same in combat. Clocking. Heal, self-heal. Yeah, sheep and cows grow wool and ready to be milked. I would need to test that, and I think this is the only thing that would need to be manually tested and adjusted. So yeah, it's fine to copy the idle skills. We can scale the probability. Death. This is gonna be weird. What do we have? Release toxic smoke. That's for the cave buffers. And self-revive. I can just port this manually. Not a big deal. So should we try it? Do I have anything else to implement in the system? Well, we're just missing some actions, but that's fine. We already have quite a few extra to use. Target detection is slightly questionable, and this is probably the main performance concern in this whole system. When do we try to find the target? So after we check the argument, after we check the probability, before we check conditions, because yeah, we need the target for conditions, except we actually split the conditions between target conditions and like self conditions, self checked. That could be an option for optimization. Because yeah, some of these actions are meant to be run against target, some of them against source, some of them together. But if the condition doesn't require a target, we can run it before determining a target. But yeah, it's just an optimization. It should be really easy actually to implement. And I can do it later if I need to. Okay. Should be fine. Most of the time it's going to be current target, so I'm not really concerned about the performance hit. Just I have to keep in mind that like random ally, that's going to be expensive to find. So it's not something that I should use a lot of times in the update loop or anything like that. This is probably more expensive than that because we check both if it's enemy and we calculate the distance for every single neighbor. So yeah, I need to be just mindful of the performance hit on the target types. But at least now I have full control over the target, because the previous system was picking up the target that was most suitable for the skill, because we were essentially just trying to run skills randomly. That's the whole logic behind the previous system. Okay, let's try to port it, convert it. So, let's see. What do I need? First of all, I need to insert into AI actions. Right? What fields do we use? Source type, source ID. I'm just gonna, oh my god, why it's so slow? It's only when I'm streaming and it's bothering me so much. Okay, so which fields do I need? Source type. Source ID. Let's start with these two. And I guess event ID too. Crap, how are we gonna do that? Well, let's start with source type, source ID, and proceed with that. No, it's not select. I'm confusing MySQL with the Postgres. So insert into its... No, it is select from. Oh my god, I forgot the syntax. Insert MySQL, insert, select. Insert into select whatever from NPC skills. So source type It's all NPCs. We didn't do anything else. So the source type then is 2. Source ID is our model ID. Excuse me. Source type is 2. Model ID is our source ID. How can I get the event ID? Because this should be an incremental number, but within each pair of source type source ID. I can just use ID. What's the maximum ID that we have? 388. I can just use that. And it will work. It's just not gonna be nice. But technically what do we need is, for example, for this row it's gonna be 1. For this it's gonna be 2. Then 1 again, 2. How are we gonna do that? Let's comment this out. So this is the data that we have right now. We're about to insert. How we can generate the numbers like that? I'm even struggling to define how it should behave. So this is why I'm struggling to define how we actually generate it. But it's basically a counter of occurrence of the same ID, same model ID. Also, I need to order by model ID and then by ID, like that. Because I did add some skills to the monsters below. So now, how can we do the target? I think we need to introduce a variable within the select. And we just reset it. So maybe we can do something like set counter equals 1, set last model ID 0. Then here we need to, how do I MySQL update change variable within select? Or do I have to do this in heaven or something like that? No, I can just assign it. So I can actually, can I do that? yeah, I can just assign it here. But I should do that at the, oof, it's gonna be present in the insert, right? But I think if I do that at the end, it doesn't matter. Let's test it. So we do, first of all, we actually need the counter. And we're gonna actually start it from 0, because here it's gonna be I forgot the syntax. I need if else, basically. Is it case? Probably not. There was something like coels or something like that. Coalesce. Coels returns first of the non-null value in the list. No, it's not that. I guess case is what I need. Oof. So case. When last model ID not equals model ID, then if it's not equals, then we need to set it. Oh my god. I don't think you can do this. I need a procedure for that, I guess. I don't want to run procedures though. I could do something like group by model ID. So if I do assign it here, I can actually do that. I think. Where was that example that I found before? Of assigning a value. Yeah. I can assign it and return it. So then it's gonna be last model ID. Model ID. I'm pretty sure there is a better solution for this. I'm pretty sure I can group by and then use like the group number, but then it's gonna collapse. Okay, this is gonna be our basically model ID, right? But no, wait. Our model ID. Crap. So we need to oh my god, my brain doesn't want to work. So, that is not what I need. I can, for last model ID, I can just do it later, right? So this is going to be our like new model ID assignment. Before that, last model ID doesn't equal that. I need the counter to reset. This is what I need. Counter is 1. Else, it's counter equals counter plus 1. I forgot and, I guess. Yeah. So where do we have repeats? Here. It actually worked. It actually worked. So this column is our model ID. Doesn't change. That's good. But now we also have this counter, which is our new event ID. This is so janky, but okay. We can discard this. Actually, we can just swap the places of these two. Just like that. And this is exactly what we need. This is exactly what we need. It's just one column as before another one, just for purposes of running the logic in the correct order. Okay, so this is our source type. I know I don't have to name them, but it's just for me to understand this better. Actually, kinda do it like this. Okay, so we have that. What's next? So we discard the ID completely. We use 2 as the source type for NPC. We generate the event ID based on the model ID occurrences, and we set the model ID. Okay, so I process these 2 columns basically. Next, comment. I do need proper comments, and I need to generate them, I guess. So here, I need concat. So how do I do this? It's going to be npc name dash action or dash event dash action. Okay, so npc. For that, I need left join npc prototypes on npc prototype id equals ns model id. Do I need to, yeah, let's prefix some stuff with the table names properly, just in case. So we joined the table. Now we need what? We need np dot hello. I need suggestions. NPC prototypes editor name. Then space dash space. Do I just use skill name here? I think it would be better to use something like entity name dash event type, and then whatever action we do. So enchanter dash update dash, well, all of them are updates actually. In case of our old table, it's all update or update in combat or out of combat. There we go. So I'm gonna skip this for now. Whatever to do. So this is comment that we're inserting into. Next, enabled 1. Always. Next, event type. Yeah, here I need to determine, is it in combat? Is it out of combat? Is it every time? For that, I guess we ignore that. By the way, let's do that. Let's do filter of where ns that and as that equals 1, right? Because these are gonna be only on death. We don't have the combined versions. Yeah, all of these are empty. So we can just skip this and add it manually later. Instead, actually we can add that automatically. But okay, I digress. These two columns should determine one of 3 events. So if it's 1, 0, like this, that means update in combat. If it's 0, 1, update out of combat. If it's 1, 1, 1, 1, then it's buff. Then it's just normal update. Okay, that means that for the event type, where is my copy of the DDL? So for event type, it's gonna be a case. Case when ns dot combat idle. Okay, when combat, what am I doing? Combat equals 1 and ns idle equals 1, then the event type is 1. Just normal update. when, is that the correct syntax? I just do the second one. I do this like once in 2 years, constantly forgetting the syntax. Yeah, when ns combat equals 1 and ns idle equals 0, then it means update in combat. Which is 2. When ns combat equals 0 and ns idle equals 1, then it's 3. Update out of combat. Right. It could be a third one, but I don't think we have it. Could be when combat and idle 0 and death is not 1. Let me see. NPC skills. Combat is 0. And idle 0. Then yeah, it's only death. So it doesn't matter what we pick here, but just in case we do some modifications later, we do this. No, let's do just 1 as a fallback. Okay. That should be our event type. So having the event type, can I reference it? Oof. No, I don't think I can. I think we're gonna generate the names later automatically. We can just do a placeholder like 3 underscores dash. We're gonna do NQ. No. We're just gonna do the skill name, or just skill. And then here we need the skill name. So this is left join skills s on s ad equals ns skill ad. Then here we can just do s name or title. I don't remember. Let's take a look. Name. Okay. Then here we would need to do a second loop of processing. Technically we can generate it automatically. Let's take a look how it looks like. What's wrong? Let's run. Oh. And I forgot that again. Right. So we have that. We have the event type. Why do we have only... Oh. And that is not one. There we go. Now we have our proper events. So technically I can input the event type here, probably even just manually based on this same condition. But I could also do a second pass and just replace the 3 underscores with the name of the event. Or just replace this. I think I will do that. That would be easier, like, not necessarily easier, but less garbage. On the other hand, let's just do it like that. We can just copy this, but instead of 1, 2, 3, it's gonna be different concats. This is update. Update. Update in combat. Update out of combat. Just like that. And instead of skill, we do just use self-heal. Okay. Right, next event argument. We can just set it to null. We don't use it. In the old table, it was much simpler. But still, I'm gonna specify it. Then probability. Okay, probability. It should be as simple as ns probability divided by 0.15, right? Yeah. Divided by 0.15 as probability. Doesn't look too nice, to be honest. Previously it was all round numbers, now it's all over the place. But at least now I see the actual values from the previous logic. So let's say small Vadon use dash. It was 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% . 6.6% per second, which is once in how many? My brain is not working. Is it 1 divided by 6.6? What am I doing? One sec. So this is per second, right? 6% per second. What I need to know is how many seconds it would be needed for 100% chance on average, statistically speaking. Not statistically, but you know what I mean. This is 1 divided by 6.6% is 0. What? 1 divided by 0.0666. That's 15 seconds. So roughly once in 15 seconds, we have that. Should I maybe set probability the other way around? Like for update in combat, that would be seconds. No, I think it's fine. It's much easier for me to adjust to this. But yeah, basically it's 1 in 15 minutes. Once in 15 seconds that the small vadons use dash on average. Okay. Should I round the numbers? Just round up. Maybe I should just do that. So we get milk cow having 1% per second, and sheep having the probability again 1% per second. Good self-heal is 7% per second, which is 1 divided by 0.07 once in 14 seconds. Technically, with this rounding up, they're gonna be using the skills just a little bit more often, right? But it's gonna be much better to understand for me instead of those long numbers. What's this? Spore reset aggro. What's that? Because that's really weird. Is that just 100%? I think, yeah. What? Oh, I'm clicking the wrong option. Yeah, that's 100%. Ah. Well, that's weird. It becomes 600%. Why is it 100% chance in combat? Oh, I guess there is a condition. Status effect. I don't remember what this is. Reset aggro. Ah. Wait. What's this status effect? Sleep. It's when it puts someone to sleep, it resets aggro. Right. I don't need it anymore. It's gonna be a completely different thing now. Let's see. What I need is, probably I need to filter out all the probability that's greater than 100, greater or equals. So yeah, what is this? Cave buffer. That's the death. And the other one is this spore that puts to sleep. Okay. Because yeah, this needs to be changed to a completely different thing. So yeah, I'm gonna just filter out by probability. Filter out all the probability above 100. Instead of this, well, in addition to this. Right, one that is not one and this probability is below 100. I'm only interested in that, and we can deal with those skills later. Other than that, is there any kind of skills with high probability? That's the 100. 20 is the highest, which is self-revive on death. Okay, we skip that. This is Hydro Magic Attack 10%. Well, 10 will become what? 10 divided by 0.15. 66% per second. Okay. I'll probably adjust all of those manually after the import. Or maybe I should just do this all manually. It's 300 something, right? Wait, where am I? 388 records. No, I think it will be better if I just convert it automatically. I will have all the correct comments, so it's much easier for me to understand, because here I don't have any comments. I have to look into the NPC name, look into the skill name every time. It's weird. And I don't have any kind of indicator of which ones I processed, which ones not. So yeah, it would be better to just copy them automatically. Okay, and then adjust later. So we did the probability. Now it should be fine without absurdly high probability. This looks much better. Okay, then action type. Action type. Here we just do one always, use skill. Okay, action argument. That's our skill ID that we are using. Again, super simple. We just use ns.skill ID as action argument. What? Oh, I see. I forgot the comma. Okay, have that. Oof. Okay, next target type. That is more complex. That is much more complex. Because that was determined previously automatically. Now, I guess we need to build that logic. Oh my god. I don't know how to do this, to be honest. Yes, I need to do this logic in MySQL, basically, or replicate the decisions made by this logic, not the actual result. So, what do we do? So by default, it's the target ID, so current target. Sure. If skill disposition is a lie, this actually should be relatively simple. The main idea is, like, there is a lot of logic here. Well, not a lot, but still. But this is like real time trying to set the target to whatever it needs to be. But the main logic is, by default, it's current target. But we also need to look into the skill disposition. If it's for allies, I think I can just replace it with a random ally and then see what import can I do, because there is not a lot of them. So if skill disposition is 0, let's take a look. So for target type, we need to build another case. So case 1 skill disposition is 0. That's ally. Then it's gonna be random ally. Ally random 8. When it's on self, wait, what the hell is this? Target type of the skill. Yeah, we need to take a look at the skill disposition and skill target type to determine what we can apply the skill for. This is the only thing that we're looking at, plus some conditions, but we don't care about those. Well, not conditions, but like additional target checks, but we don't care about those yet. So if this position is ally, then it's random ally. If it's enemy, then it's current target. Enemy is 1, disposition 1. So when disposition equals 1, then the target type is our current target, which is 2. Okay. Target type equals self. We don't need this check because this is like an additional check against my dumb decisions. So if target skill target type when s target type equals 1, then it's on self, which is 1. If it's self and target is null, this one's tricky. Yeah, this one's tricky because this one needs a real-time decision. If the skill type is self and target, and the target is not found, then we apply it on self. Self and target I'm trying to think of an NPC skill that has this type. It's 5. Actually, let's take a look. Skills. Target type equals 5. Actually, we don't have any NPC skill that does that. So unless some NPCs use a skill like this, it shouldn't be a problem. Heal. No, I don't think any NPC uses characters heal. Angelus regen, cure, awakening, and chain. No, I don't think any of them use this. But I think I can double check. Can I have another script? Let's see. Select everything from NPC skills, inner join skills on skill AD equals ns skill AD, wire skill target type equals 5. Nothing. Okay. I don't have to worry about this. Let me comment it out. This position is not enemy. And target is null. That's random ally. We're already doing that. We're just doing all ally skills for the random ally. It's just probably I need to again, I can check if skill disposition, if disposition equals 4, nothing. Okay, I don't have to worry about that. So we're already doing this. We're doing this. For any allies, we just use random ally. For any enemies, we do current target. This action cannot change the target at all. So yeah, that's pretty simple. Let's get rid of that. Else 2 and 2, let's double check, should be current target, yes. Okay, so if this position equals 0, let me double check what that is. This position is ally, then we pick 8, which should be random ally. Yes. if it's one enemy, then that's the random enemy. Target type equals 1, which is self, right? Yes. So if target type equals self, we just pick ourselves. Okay. Seems simple, but probably it will need to be adjusted later. For the random ally, we would probably need to replace that with an actual reaction to an ally being hit. Because if I remember correctly, that's just only the case of heal skill. And that needs to be changed. Okay, so yeah, this should be good. Let's try to run it. What? What did I do wrong? Oh, it's the dot. Okay, we have our target types. 8228. Right. What's next? Target argument. Target argument. Those don't have any target argument, right? Let me see. How are we actually processing the target argument? I don't remember if I actually implemented it. No, we actually did. But yeah, it's only enemy top N, enemy bottom N, enemy random not top N, neighbor NPC ID, set ID, race, structure, set, party member, and okay, we don't need any of that, so should we set it to null? It's not nullable, right? Yeah, it's not nullable. Okay, then it's 0 then. So, wait. Get to it, action argument, target type, action argument, action type. Okay, I forget to add some of the fields. Target. It's a good thing that I'm assigning the target column name as this thing, even though I don't need to. It's just to double check myself. So target type is done. Target argument is 0 as target argument. Okay, next. Oh, next are conditions. Conditions. This one can be tricky, I think. Because in the previous table, all the conditions were, where is it? here. All the conditions were just spread around their corresponding columns. But now I need to ideally group them together. How am I gonna do it? How many conditions were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's already more than 10, so I cannot just put them in their corresponding columns. Maybe I can get rid of some of them. Min health factor, do we use that? Is that null? No. Okay, let's write down the conditions that we actually care about. Let's do it here. Conditions to process. So, oh my god. So, min health factor is not being used. Max health factor is. So let's add that. Min target health factor. No. Max target health factor. Well, yeah, but I'm just gonna double check that my filter actually works. Yeah, it does. So max target health factor. Min target range. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm using that. Max target range. Min enemies. No. Okay, so I need min targets. Wait. I did write down the max target health factor, right? Yes. Min target range, max target range. We're adding those. Okay. Min enemies, max enemies. I'm pretty sure we can skip those. I'm not using those yet. Min enemies, max enemies. Yeah. Min summons, max summons. Again, I'm not using that. Right? Right. Min combat duration, though. I think I am using that. Okay, min combat duration seconds. Let's add that. I don't think I'm actually using max combat duration.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
Oh, thank you for the follow. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀, thank you. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Okay, I'm not using max combat duration, only the min. So maybe we can actually do a trick. Doing fine. Yeah, I'm doing good as well. Try this command, drop all databases. Thank you. I don't want to. I'm fine. Hello, Akaleda. Okay, I am using NERIS. Actually, For skill-based IDs, I don't think I'm using that. Let's take a look. No. Hit attack types. I am pretty sure I am using those. Yeah. So let's add that recent hit attack type. Happy to finally catch a stream. We've been on the Discord for a little bit trying the game and stuff. It's really cool. Oh, thank you. Hope you're enjoying the game. Yeah, good to see you here. So, recent hit attack type. And I'm pretty sure... Actually, this... Maybe... Okay, yeah, we can skip this. And I do use the target status effects. So yeah, require target status effect base IDs. Keep alt tabbing. Again, keep alt tabbing. Require target status effect base IDs. Okay. And that's just 7. This is manageable. So what we can do is, for each of these conditions, we can add a condition in the target table at that position. So for example, this will be condition 0, condition 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not going to be nice because the condition fields will not be like squished at the beginning. So there could be a case when, for example, we only have this min target range condition set in the old table, then in the new table, it's going to be condition 0 going to be null, condition 1 going to be null, and then the condition 2 is going to be set to this one. Not very nice, but I think it's fine, at least for an automatic conversion. If I really don't like it, I can fix it automatically even. But maybe I can do it in this script. No, I can't. The order of the fields that I define is fixed. It would probably be much faster if I just wrote a script. Like an actual script on, I don't know, even C#. But I don't have anything set up for that. I don't want to bother with like MySQL connection establishment and stuff like that. So we're gonna deal with this. But yeah, I don't like the idea of having conditions spread across all of these columns instead of being grouped together at the beginning. Yeah, I really don't like that idea. So, shall we write a script? It's gonna be a first for me, but I think it's gonna be much better. because if not the script, I still can like make the logic work. It's just not gonna be nice, and it's gonna bother me. So I would need to write another query that would like move the conditions around, which is also not gonna be easy. So I think I'm just gonna try to write a script real quick. But I haven't done any like MySQL connection establishments from C# for a very long time. Do I have PHP on this PC? No. Because in PHP that would be really easy. Curious, maybe a dumb question. Is the work mainly server? Is there also a lot of client-side stuff to do? Know anything about the process to revive all the MMORPGs? Yeah, it's both. It's basically everything across the whole infrastructure. PHP-based language in the world? No, definitely not. But yeah, it's basically everything. I'm trying not to touch the client side like too much. I did implement a few very big features, but I'm trying to only implement essentials on the client side and like main logic on the server side. And I'm trying to reuse as much as possible from the client side. But yeah, basically for this project, it's everything. It's client, it's the server engine, it's the infrastructure surrounding the server, like for example, the authentication server, the API, even the wiki is its own project, basically. But yeah. On stream, you probably would see me mainly working on the server, or maybe on some, I don't know, like game content. Do I have to somewhat reverse engineer how the server is supposed to work? No, not really. At the very beginning of this project, yes, but at this point in time, it's already, everything's figured out, everything is known, and Ymirheim specific server does way more stuff than the original Gravity's server was doing. So we're already far past that point of reverse engineering. Now it's like everything is under our control. So yeah, unfortunately, I think I would have to scrap this query. It's really impressive and it seems like a lot of work. Yeah, wish you best luck for the project. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, let's try to figure out how to make a simple script that interacts directly with MySQL with raw queries in modern C#, because last time I've done that was probably like 10 years ago, maybe? A lot has changed since then. So let's... I think I need a new folder just to avoid running the server project directly. So we're gonna put it somewhere here. We're gonna call it NPC skill conversion script. So was that .NET new? Yeah, we need the template name, I guess. Maybe not. Okay, let's start with quick start, I guess. C# quick start script or something like that. How is it done nowadays? Command line. I don't need your Visual Studio, thank you. Oh, I guess I can just create a file. Yeah, let's do that. I don't need a project. I can just create a file. So npc skill conversion script.cs. And let's open it in VS Code. So, what do we need? Package command line, sure. No, we don't even need that. Let's try console write line hello world. Why not? .NET run, I think. No, just .NET. Why is it? Bah. It didn't start the terminal in the folder. Oh, I know why. Because I need to open the folder within the stupid VS Code. Like that. Okay. .NET, NPC, whatever. There we go. Hello world works. So now we need MySQL. How do we interact with MySQL nowadays directly from C# with queries? Because like last 10 years I was just using ORMs for that. So let's say C# MySQL raw query. EF core. Do I need EF core for that? I don't want EF core. Do we still have MySQL data library or whatever that was? Let's take a look at NuGet. NuGet MySQL. Yeah, we still have MySQL data, and it is compatible with .NET Standard and .NET 5. So we're gonna do package MySQL data. I guess I need to specify the version 970. Sure. Does it discover that automatically? It does run restore. Okay, so we have MySQL data. Now, how do we... Okay, so I guess this is gonna be something like connection string. That's server equals docker uid equals... I actually don't remember what my docker credentials are. Probably just root with empty password. That database is Ymirheim data. Okay, have the connection string. Now, connection is new. Let's using MySQL data. MySQL connection. Connection string equals... Well, I guess I could do that easier. Connection open. Does that work? Yes. Let's just try if I change this to root 2, it should... Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we did connect to our MySQL. Sure, that was easy. I can simplify this. This is a new C# thing to be able to write outside of a class. Yes. Well, relatively. It's been there for a while, since I think .NET 5. But like doing everything in one file, that's, I think, was working since .NET 8, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, now you can, if you just need a script to run, you can do all of that in one file. You can define packages in the file header, and you can just run directly. You can define everything directly in the file without any classes. So yeah, I've been considering doing that for a while for my like small scripts. Because yeah, I have a lot of like batch scripts that I really don't like to work with, because yeah, Windows batch is not really good. And I was considering just migrating them to C# files, C# scripts. Well, Bash is better. I would prefer working with Bash, but I'm on Windows, so all I have is bat files, which is like DOS command prompt. It's not good. Well, technically there is PowerShell, but I really dislike PowerShell, so I'm not using that. PowerShell is technically pretty good It's arguably more powerful than Bash, and you can run something like .NET in there, technically. But yeah, I really don't like it. So, we have our connection. How can we execute a query? Using MySQL command. Okay, let's try. So MySQL command cmd. Pretty sure I was doing that in a different way back in the days. Command text equals. This is weird, wait. Is there any other way of doing this? Oh, I remember. Back in the day when I just started using C# and I needed to connect to MySQL, I was using BL Toolkit. Is that thing still alive? That's the thing that's, I think, powering Stack Overflow. Or at least it did back in the day. Looks like it's dead. But okay, I think these commands are good enough. So what do I need? What do I need? I need to select this whole table, NPC skills. Right, NPC skills. So can I just do select everything from NPC skills? Let's do limit 2 for now. cmd connection equals connection. cmd command type equals table direct. Oh, so table direct looks like it just reads the whole table. Ah, let's try that. Because yeah, I need the whole table technically, and I can process everything in my script. So then while no, wait. I need the reader. Reader equals cmd execute reader. Oh crap, I remember these commands. I did use this many years ago, probably much more than 10 years ago. Not much changed since then, I guess. Well, at least if we are using MySQL data directly. So reader, read. Let's just output console write line. We're gonna write something like oops. Let's just output a few columns. But yeah, it's gonna read the whole table. I cannot limit it, but okay. Well, not at least in this mode. Yeah, it actually reads the whole table. This is amazing. This is exactly what I need. So I can load the whole table. Wait. Why am I not doing that in CSV? Why do I need MySQL? My whole data is in CSV. Why am I focused on MySQL? But technically it's okay. Technically it's okay. Because yeah, technically I don't have anything to write CSV, but I don't need to. I can just write text. No, I think it's fine. We just do this. We just do this. And it's good enough for this purpose. Like it's just a one-time script. So first of all, I need some external data. I need NPC prototypes. Why do I need NPC prototypes again? For the names, huh? Yeah, just for the names of NPCs. Okay. So we can build NPC proto... Oops. We can just build an index of NPC names. So we need NPC names equals new dictionary int string. It didn't add the using directives. So NPC names. Now we just need NPC names add, and it's gonna be column 1, well, column 0. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And also let's output that into the console just in case. That's why is it unsigned? But okay, whatever. Huh? Ah, right. Okay. We have NPC names. Let's do it this way. Let's put our data above. We can wrap all of this into curly brackets so we don't have any name collisions. And we can start another command. For this one, we need skills. For skills, we need skill ID, skill name, right? Can I highlight everything? Bah. I'm gonna define a small class. Let's put it at the bottom. Skill info. And we need ID. name. We need what's the name? Disposition and target type. Oops. Disposition and target type. I believe that's everything that we need from the skills. So we need to fill this. So var skills equals new dictionary uint skill info, and now we just fill that in. So skills add, we need uint reader 0. That's our skill ID. And new skill info. So ID equals same thing. Then name, there's the first column. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 is target type. And 14 is disposition. Okay. Let's see if it works. Non-nullable field name must contain not null value. New C# is... Okay, you see. There is already an open data reader. I need to close it. Huh? Let's do it like this. Can it dispose itself? Yes. I should probably do that for the connection as well. To close it before the app closes. Okay, so we have NPC prototypes, we have skills. Now we actually do the script. So in this case, it's gonna be slightly different. So this is gonna be command type text. Actually, no. It's still gonna be table. We just read every single line from NPC skills. NPC skills. It's just now we process this line into data and then we insert this data line by line. But we're not going to insert it just yet. I still need to at least see what it produces. So it's going to be just console write line. So now we are re-implementing this thing. Can I use table column names? Please tell me I can use column names. Because it's gonna be a pain. I can. Wow. It was so much easier. Name. No, editor name. Okay, this is exactly what I need. Does it work? As byte to byte. Doesn't give me a line. That's unfortunate. Which one of those is signed? Wait, I'm looking at skills. Target type is signed. Okay. Okay, that worked. Also, let's put this hello world here and say done. Right, so now we just process everything. So yeah, basically I need to recreate all of this. So 2 as a source type. How am I gonna do this? Variables? I guess so. Okay, then event ID. Oh yeah, by the way, now I can use correct order. So let's do that. Source type. So now we need source ID. Source ID is reader model ID. Yeah, model ID. Then for the event type, event ID, right? Event ID. This one is just the number of I can't specify the order here. I guess I just hope that it outputs in the correct order. Yeah, let's just hope, I guess. Yeah, basically I need the same thing that I did in the script. So last model AD equals 0, counter equals 0. So now we just do if last model AD is not guess I can put it here, is not source ID, or let's rename it last source ID. Last source ID is not the same, we reset the counter. And then event ID is ++ counter. Then comment. Okay, let's generate the comment. For this, I need NPC name. dash type of the event. We haven't determined that yet. So we're gonna put that aside. Enabled equals 1. Maybe I'll create another type. I don't need to though. Enabled equals true. Event type, yeah. And this is what I need. So we need a default one. By default, it's 1, which is update. Okay. Then we need to change it. So if combat and idle, yeah, it is 1 already. So if combat is 1, if that's byte. Probably I can just reader combat equals 1 and byte reader idle equals 2. Then event type is 2. Otherwise, if combat 0, idle 1, oops, then event type is combat 0, idle 1, it's 3. Okay, determined the event type. Now having the event type, we can adjust our comment. So here, I can do it like this. Event name, event type name, and we define 1 is update, then 2 is update in combat, and 3 is update out of combat. And then we use this event name in here. Then here, use skill name. Where is the skill name? Skills. Skill ID dot name. And for now, just for testing purposes, let's do console write to line. We just output the comment. I'm interested what we're gonna get. Okay, we do have something. There was a warning somewhere. Never used variable. Okay, so comments look okay. Okay, so we have that source type, event ID. Wait, this is the event ID, model ID, model ID, it's source ID. That was an incorrect naming on my part. Comment, we did that. Enabled event type, we did that. Event argument is null. Still, I'm gonna define it just to keep track of things. Probability. This is decimal, right? What CLR type corresponds to decimal in MySQL? SQL money? Nah. I guess decimal. So, where probability equals decimal probability, but we need to do some math for that. So first of all, we divide it by 0.15. 0.15. I don't know how to work with decimals in C#. Decimal divide. How do I define there? Is there a decimal literal? M? M is the literal for decimal? I guess. And then, after we divide it, we need to round it down. Or round it up, right? It's sealant, right? Okay, now I have our decimal probability. That's good. Now, action type is 1. Action argument is skill ID. Then target type is based on that. Okay, so by default, target type is gonna be 2. So if target type equals 2, if skill disposition, let's just take the skill out. Okay, that's the first usage. Wait. Can grab this whole thing. So if scale disposition equals 0, then target type equals 8. 8, not 9. Else if scale disposition equals 1, then let's tell already. Now here I need to check target type. Target type equals 1, that disposition, the target type equals 1. So 2 by default, so we can ignore this. So if disposition is 0, that's 8. What is that? Target type 8, random ally, right. This is not else actually. So if disposition equals 0, disposition 0 is an ally, so we just set it to 8. But if target equals 1, then we set it to 1 regardless of what we did before. And if disposition is 1, we set it back to 2. Okay, yeah, this doesn't matter. This position is 1, then it's still 2. Okay, good. Should be good. We have our target type. 0 is target argument. Okay. We should have our table without the conditions, so let's build it. So, source type. Source ID. Event ID. Comment. Enabled. Event type. Event argument. Probability. Action type. Oh my god. Action argument. Target type. Target argument. And then conditions. So this should be our table if we ignore the conditions for now. And I have no idea if that's correct because it's not organized. What is this? So comment, then enabled, then event type, event argument. Ah, it's null. Okay, sure. Okay, no idea if it's actually good, but seems okay. No, it's not okay. The counter doesn't work. Ah, I'm stupid. I forget to reset or set last source ID to source ID. Actually, no. This should be an integer. So we just convert unsigned integer of model ID to an integer. Let's take a look. Yeah, now it seems to be working, except I need to find a way to order. Actually, why am I doing the table direct thing if I can just do text? Wait, not skills. And just do select everything from NPC skills, order by, let's just copy what we had before, because this is important. Like that. Now it should be correct. Yeah, everything else is the same. Okay, and we can add our where condition, because this, well, actually we can now convert this properly. Now it's better to do that manually. So yeah, let's just add the same where condition. And we filter out the thing that we're not interested in. What? Oh, the where should be before order by. Yep. Having 5 skills for some of them. Yeah. But yeah, it seems to be working nicely. Right. And now we just need the conditions. And for the conditions, we can just build something like conditions equals, because I need the condition and an argument in this table. So I'm gonna just do new list of tuple of, this is what? This is byte, right? Yeah. Of byte int. Just like that. And we can build our conditions now very, very easily. Actually, maybe it should be an array, but then how am I gonna add it? It's not gonna be nice. Well, I guess I can, at the end, convert it to array and then resize it. Yeah. That way I'm not gonna end up with errors. So, good to go. Have a good night day. Thank you. and thank you for stopping by. So, for conditions, yeah, we only care about these conditions. We can skip everything else. So max health factor. And also every single one of these fields can be different type. So max health factor, that's a float. Okay. So if float, which could be null, max health factor equals reader max health factor max target health factor main target range. Again, that's float. Yeah, and all of them can be null. Okay. There is a typo, by the way. So this is max target range. Main target range as well. Main combat duration seconds. That's an integer. Unsigned integer. Recent attack types, that's a string. Okay. We need that and this. Let's see if we can read it. We can't. db null to nullable single. What? That's the nullable single. Let's localize the problem since I don't have the line number. Yeah, that's the first one. And what am I supposed to do about this? Like, it can be float. Let's just Google that. I'm definitely not the only one. Convert is db null. That's stupid. Yeah, that's really stupid. But it's okay. So it should be something like this. This is just stupid. But I guess no, the thing is that this thing should have access to the column data type, not just localized to a record. Okay, this should work. Let's check it out. Yeah, that works. So yeah, that means I need to update all of that. Also, no, looks like I don't need any other nullable types. But yeah, everything that can be null can be converted in this stupid way. Okay, we should be good. We are not. The binal to string. Okay, these two as well. This is stupid. And I guess this needs to be nullable as well, because we are using strict types. Goodness specified column. Target status effect. Target status effect. Base IDs. Okay, we get. So we have this. Hello, whoever you are. I don't understand your language. I'm sorry. Can you please use English? Can you speak English? I don't even recognize this language. I'm sorry. Am I Lithuanian? There is NERIS river here. Yeah, I'm not. I'm from Ukraine. I know that there is a river called like that as well, but that's just a coincidence. But yeah. I'm not Lithuanian. So now we need to check every single value here, and if it's not null, we need to add a condition. So here, let's start with this one. So if this has a value, also I just realized that I'm using a small font. I'm sorry. It's just on this project I have the font set properly, but here I'm just using a file. How am I? Where are the settings? There. It should be 16. Why is it small then? I only just realized. The font size is the same. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I guess for this script, the font is gonna be small. We're almost done, by the way. So, max health factor is there. Then we need conditions add and health factor. That's gonna be slightly different, right? So that's own health below, right? Max health factor, yes. So we need condition 2 to be, this now needs to be converted to integer. Here we're gonna lose some precision. What's wrong? Can I just group that? No. Okay, I can do it like this. Okay, good. So that's our, again, let's check. Max health factor means health should be less, less or equals to the value, but the health factor, there is another thing. Health factor is from 0 to 1, and the condition is %, so I need to multiply that by 100. So yeah, that should be correct. Next, max target health factor is basically the same, except for the target 4. Okay. Min target range. Min target range. Wait, I made a mistake. So for max target health factor, it's this one. Action target health %, that's 6. Because 4 is the distance, and that's exactly what I need. Except now I need the 3. Min target range is action target distance greater or equals than this, but we don't need to multiply. That's just gonna be supplied as it is. For max target range, we need, that was 3, this needs to be 4. Okay. Main combat duration seconds. Combat duration. Main combat duration seconds, that's greater or equals, that's 11. Okay. Recent hit attack types. Yeah, this one is a little bit more complex. So if this is not null, then what we need is we need to parse it. So recent hit attack types. Actually, I don't think we are using multiple values. So recent hit attack types. Recent hit attack types. Yeah. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, just single values. Perfect. So then, yeah, it can be a direct conversion, which is going to be for recent hit attack types, condition types. Recently hit with attack type, that's 14. And then here I need int 32 parse that. Okay. And the same should be for this one. This is required target status effect base ID. Let's see, do we have multiple values? It's this one, required target status effect base IDs. Yeah, let's see what we have here. Yeah, single value. Good. That means that we just need to find the condition type. So target status effect. Target has status effect. That's 16. That's it. Those are our conditions. Now we build the query. Now we build the query. So here what we can do, we can do one of two things. We can just build a text query, or we could build a parametric query. Problem is I don't remember how to do either of those with raw MySQL data. Where was the doc? And it's gone actually. Let's take a look. Working with parameters. Warning, flashbang. So, CMD parameters. Do I want to do that? I think I do want to do that because it's going to be even more efficient. So I need to build a query, right? Right here. So write command, this is our SQL, and this is our connection. So SQL, oh my god, this is bright. So it's going to be insert into where is my DDL? AI actions. Now we're going to specify every single stupid column. Yeah, working with raw SQL from C# is a pain. Well, from any language, I guess. Haven't done this in many years. Now I remember the struggle. And it's not like I can generate it. I guess I could just replace in my text editor, but whatever. Okay, now this can be just duplicated 10 times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oops. Oh my god. Value 7. Okay. 8, 8, 9, 9, 10. 10. Okay, we have all the fields. Okay. So we have that. Now I just specify every single value. Where was the parameter thing? How do I specify parameters again? I lost the documentation again. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Yeah, I guess we just specify with the @ symbol. Okay. So insert into that values. Fun. I'm just gonna copy all of this. Let me just do it in a text editor with a replace. There we go. Okay, so we have the command. What's that? CMD parameters add with value. Yeah, now we need to specify every single parameter. So source type. Source ID. Should have named the variables with first letter capital. Would have been easier. Comment. Enabled. Yes, it's this. Okay. I could have built a dictionary, maybe, but then the types would be wrong. Okay, target type. Where's the target type? Target argument. Okay, that's the last plane one. Now we need to build the conditions. This one, we need for I equals 1, I less or equals to 10, I plus plus. Now we need two arguments. So condition type and condition value. How do I do this in C# again? Like, how do we do %02? C# pad number, I guess. Like that? I hope. So now for the conditions, we need to first of all check if conditions length or count less than I, if it's less than I, this one, the index starting from 1 is gonna throw me off. If it's less than 1, then this is null. Null, right? Or is it 0 for the... It's 0 for the value. 0. Otherwise, it's whatever we have in the condition, which is conditions I minus 1 item 1 item 2. And I think that's correct. I hope that's correct. There is no real way to check this unless we just run it. That's Coldplay? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You can do exclamation points on in chat. So have that. I still have Coldplay with my girlfriend. Yeah, I guess we just run the script. Childhood memories, yeah. Source type has already been defined. Huh? Oh wait, I'm not actually executing the command, by the way. And I'm using the wrong command. That's the problem. So we need to use the correct command, first of all, And we need to actually execute it. How do we do that? Oh, too bright. Just execute. Execute non-query. I still remember this stupid method. It's been, I don't know, how many years? At least 10 years since I last used MySQL data directly. I still remember this method. Okay, let's run this. There is already an open data reader associated with this connection, which must be closed first. Are you kidding me? Haven't heard Coldplay for 10 years. Yeah, I have a lot of old songs in my playlist. Like most of them are old. I have a bunch of classic rock from like 70s, 80s. I have a bunch of alternative rock from like 90s, 2000s. And a bunch of random pop, I guess. Again, from like pre-2010 mostly. How am I gonna do this? So I need to close the previous reader to run this. Well, I guess I can establish a second connection, but that's stupid. Well, that makes sense, to be honest. Yeah. Because there is an active cursor that I'm reading. Yeah, let's just open a second connection. Let's rename this one connection 1. We're gonna create a connection 2. And we're gonna start this command on the connection 2. That should do it. Index was out of range. Also, it's a bummer that with these scripts I cannot have the line number. But that's okay. We do... It's this thing, I'm pretty sure. So what did I do wrong? So we have conditions, right? For each... no, wait. So for each condition starting from index 1, we output them here, shifting the index by 1 for this thing. It must be this count check, so one based indexes break my brain so hard. So if count, so let's say we have one condition, right? Why is 1 here? Am I stupid? I am stupid. So let's say we have count 1 and we are on index 1. So if count 1 less than 1, it's not. We do that. Then on index 2, 1 is less than 2. Okay, this now should be good. I don't know why I put 1 there. That was weird. Duplicate entry. Interesting. Let's take a look at the output again. So it was, oh my god, I have to scroll up all the way. So it was 1046. I see. It did add a few records already before then. There we go. We have the data. I'm not sure how valid this data is, but we do have a data. Conditions look nice. All grouped together. Okay, let's see. Let's take some example. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 level 8. Update in combat. So first of all, now I don't have cross-reference. But okay, 10,008 in NPC prototypes. 10,008, not 1,008. Yeah, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 M8. Mate. That's correct. Then update in combat. Event type, yeah, update in combat. Use health train. So action type, NQ skill. And this should be health train. I still have the old filter. Yeah, health train. Okay. At least the description is correct. Source ID, event IDs look nice. And since we didn't receive any exception about the duplicate entries anymore, looks like they are assigned correctly. Now, I have no idea how I can check if this is correct, if I didn't make any mistakes. Action type is one for every single entry, that's correct. I have a bunch of skills. Self, what is this? Use quick and attack, that's correct. I need to see random, there it is, random LI, and that's heal, okay. Update out of combat, yeah, this seems correct. Then condition, action target health percent less than 80. Nice. Then this, distance less than 900. Yeah. That seems to be correct. What is this? Recently hit with target attack 3. Attack type 3. Well, it seems correct. And yeah, I have no idea how to verify that now. Like, I want to double check that I did the correct conversion. And yeah, I don't think I have any way of doing that except writing the opposite converter, which I'm not gonna do. So I guess it's just testing how the monsters are working now. Well, first of all, we can test if our server still starts after all of that, because now it's gonna load everything. Also, we can monitor the performance, because now we have a bunch of events. Some of them have to be moved to different events, but we do have a bunch of events now, and most of them are correct. So let's take a look how this performs. Let's let it load and stabilize. But so far this seems, yeah, 5%. Well, we need to let it run for a little bit since it's still not consistently like spread load. So yeah, basically all the actions are now updated in combat or out of combat. We still have a few entries missing that we filtered out on purpose. This condition, which we need to make the opposite of this one. So if that equals 1 or probability is greater or equals to 100, we need to manually implement these skills. So this is cave buffer. Yeah, it's the death of cave buffer. It's the release of toxic smoke. And we just have 4 different buffer versions. So this is actually easy. This is easy. Let's add a new entry. This is 2 cave buffer AD, this one. Skill AD. Okay. First of all, event AD 1. Actually, I'm not sure. Probably there's more. So let's find the cave buffer first. That would be the correct thing to do. Let's find the existing entries for the cave buffer. Yeah. So now we can do this. This event AD gonna be 2. Now this is gonna be event type on death. Death, use, release toxic smoke. It's the same skill. So here on death, we don't have any arguments. Probability 100%. Action type NQ skill. Skill AD, I'm not gonna copy this one, but instead this one just in case. Those are identical. Target type on self, right? Yeah, on self. Argument doesn't matter, no conditions. So now cave buffer should use the skill on death every single time. And I need to duplicate that for all the other cave buffers. So it's this. Okay, so I need to duplicate this event for the other 3 cave buffers. Let's do that. 1, 2, 3. So it's these 3. and different variation. And everything else should be exactly the same. Yeah. How is our server doing? It's the same. The same performance as before. Maybe actually slightly higher. Actually, it should be. Since the previous run, we didn't have the use learned skill action running. Huh. So yeah, the performance, I'm not sure. I think it's the same. Which is a good sign, because if we enable use learned skill, that's definitely gonna be higher. So our implementation is, I guess, more performant. Okay. 3 more skills. That's Spore Reset Aggro. That's not gonna be not a skill anymore. Reset Aggro. Let's take a look on the implementation. Yeah, clear enemy table and reset target ID. Ah. Let's do that actually. Or we can create a chain of events. Although I don't have an event for clearing current target ID. But okay, we're gonna figure that out. Okay, so yeah, these two. Oh, they have a lot of skills. But yeah, we need a new action. 6. So this one is actually different. Like, previously it was just working on every update. It was checking if the target has sleep state. But ideally I would like to have something like target aura started, because we do have a signal for the aura started thing, event, or whatever. So we can subscribe to that. Because yeah, the idea of this line is basically when the target is put into sleep, we reset the aggro. So the target stays asleep and we just walk away. And to do that, like, we could tie it to the skill usage. Induce sleep. The problem is this induce sleep doesn't have 100% chance, I'm pretty sure. Filter Duration 15 seconds. What's the chance? Skill, action, status effects. Skill AD, this one. 100%. Okay. So technically, we can tie to a successful use of induced sleep. Let's do that. That's actually very easy. So that means that our event type, skill used, source entity used skill base AD. And the skill is this one. Can just copy that. Base AD though. So I need to remove that. Probability 100%. Action type. Clear enemy table. It's just in addition to just clearing, oh my god, clearing the enemy table, I need I also need to reset the target AD. And I'm gonna write it to do separate into a or move into a separate handler, question mark. Because I may need just to clear the enemy table without resetting the target AD. And I may need an action that changes the target AD. I definitely need that. But okay, for now this is good. So this is induce sleep used clear enemy table. So action type, clear enemy table, no arguments. Target type, self, but doesn't matter. No conditions. And I need the same for this guy. Induce sleep used, clear enemy table. Okay, that should work. The same as it was working before, maybe even better. Now those poor self-revive should be easy. I know what to do. So let's grab the AD. Now we just add another entry. 4. Could you play an Exxon 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂? I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry, I don't know. If that's the song name, I don't have it, sorry. So now this needs to be on death. Death, revive self, right? She's an artist. Okay, no problem. Yeah, sorry, I don't have it. Jazz artist from UK, I see. What's going on with my dbeaver? Hello? Please don't crash. Oh, I guess I accidentally moved the table. Okay, that works as well. Okay, so self-revive. So, event ID, crap. Now I don't see the values. This is stupid. Where's my values? Have to reopen the stupid table. Okay, so enabled event type. What's going on? Yeah, dbeaver definitely doesn't feel good. Okay, so on death, event argument, probability 100%? No, it's not 100. In the original one, it's 20. But it's not real 20. No, it is real 20. It is real 20. Oh my god, everything is lagging. Action type. NQ skill, yes. And actually now, we just do revive. Revive target. Target type is gonna be self. Previously we had to use skills to do that, but now we can just revive. Action argument is health %, right? Let's do... Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I would like it to be not 100%, but something like 40%. It's going to be less annoying now, which is good. Because previously it was just reviving at 100% health. Okay, I need to reopen this table. This is becoming really annoying. Okay, we should be good. So now that means that we ported every single skill to the new actions. Good. Let's double check this one because I'm not even sure after all this lagging. So on death, 20% chance to revive target with 40% health, and target is self. So self-revive with 40% health, no conditions. Okay, I think we're good. The script actually worked. Okay, next step, I guess, is to test everything, but that's gonna be for the next time. I've been streaming for more than 5 hours already. I'm really tired. So let's finish here. I will be back probably tomorrow. Let's see, can we raid somebody on Twitch? Do we have anybody that we know about? Have you played Lineage 2? Yes, long time ago for a little bit. I didn't play a lot of it. Let's raid Adventure Project. Haven't seen him for a while. Okay. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. What did we do today? We did some coding, but I already forgot. Oh yeah. We implemented quite a few new types of events. We also we properly implemented the probability scaling with the delta time, which is also good. And yeah, we ported the skills from the old table to the new one. Although, yeah, now I need to test everything. But it seems to be working. I don't know. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Yeah, it's awkward now that I'm streaming on 4 platforms, but I'm only raiding on Twitch. But yeah, everybody who's on Twitch, let's raid this awesome person. And I hope to see you next time. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.